Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining me again. I think there's the most beautiful teaching today. I've been working on it all week. And this morning, it just really polished itself with some really nice sort of ending to it that I hadn't quite finalized before. And I kind of really took it as a sign that everything was in alignment, and it made me very happy. And so a couple first things. First, to start with, I'm having technical difficulties again. I always find it very interesting that everything's fine with my computer until the night before. And now I think it'll be fine. But if for some reason I suddenly get disconnected, I figured out how to reset everything quickly, and I have a backup of the pictures and things. If it happens, just go back to the YouTube page. There will be a new posting with a startup time to sort of pick up maybe like 15 minutes later. So I just wanted to mention that in case there's an issue. I think I'll manage with, I think it should be fine, but I'm not sure. The system's sort of on the verge. Also, I would like to thank everyone who tried to donate money via the website. I didn't see anything on my end, though it works, because I was able to test it and got test money through. So, if you feel so called, keep trying occasionally, and hopefully one day, I'll receive some of that assistance. And, the important thing is that these teachings are being said, and you're able to hear them. And for that, I give thanks to God. So let me take a moment and center, and we will sort of begin. If you don't mind, we can take a couple minutes. I need to just get myself in the right frame of mind and just do a quick review of the pictures, just so I don't miss one as I speak. So let's do 4 or 5 minutes. It's a special teaching, and I really think it's worthy of really centering and connecting and letting go of everything that came before this morning or last week, and allowing ourselves to be present and sort of aware, awake, intelligent, but at the same time just be open to perceive and touch in with divine wisdom, hopefully. All these teachings touch on God, and hopefully we're able to connect closer to Him with them. That's my hope. That's my intent with every Sunday. And so it's a prayer, in a way, we can have in our hearts, that hopefully this will be something that will permit you all to be able to have a deeper connection with Him, that it has things in it that help And that's always my intent when I prepare. So let's take a few moments and let's sort of, just be in that space and connect with him and ask him that he could show himself through this. Right. Sort of centered myself into what I was going to say, and then took 30 seconds at the end to center myself. So what I would like to share today, what's interesting, so much came to me last week, the Aleph, and how to understand it. I explained it, and then on Tuesday, I had forgotten everything I'd said, but it was in my mind, and I found myself rebuilding it, and I trusted it. I did not re-listen to last week's, because I felt there was a presentation on how to understand it. And some of it may mirror last week. And I know there's a lot that wasn't in last week's. But there was a very different orientation to this. I've been working it on all last week. And praying on it, contemplating it, deepening my understanding. Reformulating it, deepening. And as I was building my notes and researching, and what struck me was the path element of what I was trying to describe and how it fits in. We've been discussing the tree of life, one of the most profound teachings that I've ever come across in my life. And we've been discussing, I'm putting up images, discussing this beautiful image, which is beyond profound and might be the most profound image that I've ever come across, and I consider a great blessing, and on which I deepen my understanding through study and contemplation, and describe things that I always knew and experienced and learned in different ways in the past. But there was also very much a lived journey that this represented. And sometimes I wasn't able to explain it in such a clear, concrete way through the use of how the energy of life and the energy of God connects in a more structural, lack of a better word, scientific way on how it all works. And I think the last 2 years I've been pointing at things and describing how it works. But this is very clear within a structure. And I didn't so much have a structure before to put in my lived experience and the path that I've had to share the insights and the guidance that I have to share. And I think this is why I've spent so much time on the Tree of Life, starting last fall, I think in October, and I think I mentioned it over the summer a little bit. I think it was August. So interesting. I could remember that, but I can't remember last Sunday. So there's a way of understanding that's important. Because when one does these practices, especially for the modern mind, for people who are not religious or are no longer religious but inquiring, or seekers or spiritual people who didn't grow up with a structured religion, or did but stopped going, or did not have this type of knowledge, which honestly is not as prevalent, as common nowadays anyway. It's important to understand it's not just practices. There's a reason. And how does it all fit in? How does it work? And it's not just a practice, but it fits in very clearly on how things are structured in this world, energetically. So what I would like to describe today, we're going to discuss how the Aleph fits in, the golden Aleph, what it means, how it fits into the tree of life, and why I think it's important. Here is the final version of it. It's on the website, posted now for download. The version I had last week is what I could create on the spot. It didn't quite have the right frequency of color. And on Monday, I posted other ones that didn't quite have the right frequency either. And some were flat, some were too sharp, some were more the sort of typewritten form of the Aleph. Form and frequency, color are extremely important. So if anybody downloaded those earlier versions, kindly delete them. This one went up around Monday, around noonish, 1 o'clock. So if people could take this version, and if they feel inclined to print it, I found something around 6 by 6 inches by 6 inches at 300 dpi. And if you're 6 or 7 feet away from the wall, it is a good size for the distance. I'll explain more about that later. But what is this Aleph? Why is it important? And how does it reconnect us to God? And how does it fit into the structure that we've been discussing? Jacob's ladder, the Merkava chariot, the image was just on the screen, and the tree of life. How does this add anything? How does it fit in? Why is it important? And how does it change our perception on our relationship with God? And how does it change our perception on how we can engage with Him in our lives? And as I was contemplating these issues this week, praying over them, studying, looking at the images that I've shown, I was thankful that I came across these images and these teachings, that I was able to understand them, because I found that it helps explain how I came to know God through my life. And what I'm really sharing by use of these images to convey what's happening, to show how it links energetically and it's just not something out there, to hopefully give people confidence to the mantra practice, the sitting meditations, the pranayamas, the visualizations, how to work in nature and do things. How I've realized that the entire 2 years of teachings, more than 2 years now, well, Shalom, 26, 27 months, wow, time adds up. Really was me trying to explain this. What I'm going to do today was showing how to engage with it. But now we have sort of the structure to understand. It's interesting doing this winter retreat when I kept saying practice, 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 less teachings. I've given so many long teachings, which is shocking to me. So many detailed teachings, and expanded the teachings that I've given. And I've been doing a lot of talking. You've been in a lot of listening and probably, hopefully, contemplating it over the week and seeing how or if you want to bring this into your life and how this changes one's orientation. If it does, it's just offerings and suggestions. It's interesting. It's come up now. I think it prepares us as we launch into spring, which actually it's April, so I think we are in spring, how to engage with God in our everyday life with what's around us. This is kind of what I've been pointing towards and discussing and since I began. And I was contemplating, how does this golden Aleph symbolize and help us do that? How does it fit into the tree of life? How does it fit into the path chart that we have? And I realized as we get into the teaching again of the Aleph towards the end of this, and how I described it last week, I remember vaguely. We connect with God through the resonance of the Aleph. And we're giving expression to it and allowing us to have that connection in our lives. In many ways, through my life, because I want to frame this on what's happened to me as sort of an understanding that I found in my own personal experience, that I was able to find God through my own experiences of my life, in my daily life, by reaching out from my end, through the haze, the confusion, the doubt, the inability to connect. And I had found, as I worked on myself, cleared myself, that he was readily available and had sort of been there all along, but I couldn't quite connect on my end. Thoughts, inclinations come and went before I could grasp them. There was a disconnect. And my path and all the teachings that I've learned and that I've shared is to try to find that reconnection, to make God alive in our lives again. That we feel the presence, and with that we become more alive, we become more whole, and He walks with us. And it's very possible. So in a way, what I'm describing today is how I've come to experience God, and how we could use mantras and things and prayers to engage. It's a lived experience that not only came from study, but from putting in the effort and trying. with perseverance. So at the beginning, I'm sorry, my cat's making strange sounds. One moment, please. Apologize, never had something like that happen. So where does it fit in? So I'm going to provide a structure of understanding. And that way we understand. We're going to understand, hopefully, the path. It increased my understanding when I was contemplating this week and last week. Because we see how it fits in. And when it makes sense, it becomes empowered. Because it's not just something random that we're grasping out there, or we're hoping, and here's this person's practice, so that, but we really understand how it fits into the model, and therefore it is effective. And that gives oomph to our practice, because there's no doubt, there's no vagueness, there's no lack of energy on our end, because we just can't really engage because we're hesitant in a way, because we're like, okay, it's another thing. But if we really understand how it fits into the structure, we are plugged in. The oomph is there, and everything is about, in a way, the oomph. The connection, being plugged in, brings in a radiance that could really affect us, and very quickly. Our health, our mental states, our lives, our relationships, our connection with God, we raise in frequency. And we're not as wandering out there for years and touching a fraction of what it could be. So we're going to start, and we're going to use the structure of the tree of life that I've been teaching, to describe how God created things and how it came to be, and how we relate with that to connect with Him, which is basically what's going on. There is a way things came about, and we have to work with that in order to connect. You can't connect if you're not meeting the path. Like if you're on a road that dead ends, right? You not going to connect with the road that leads to something, right? So by understanding the road and how it works, we're able to connect and have an understanding on how we engage on the sort of right reservation in the right paradigm. And therefore it all sort of works because the energy all lines up. And so we're going to go and have an understanding a little bit on the energy of creation and how it came down to us. And then we'll have an understanding on how to resonate with that energy. And it's very much what I've discovered on my own. And so basically I'm going to express through this how I've always sort of seen it, and elements of which I've been taught, and how it fits in, and therefore why we matter, why God cares, and why God is all around us, and how that sort of is from my perspective. And so we're going to start sort of from the beginning. If you look at the charts of the Sephirots, we have 3 names on the top of Keter, on the very top. Right, so we're going back to creation. As people know, I do not like getting too technical or getting lost in details. But if I get technical, there's a reason, because we have to go from source to where we are to understand. If I just jump where we are, it's not as effective. So we're going to discuss how God created everything, how we are, and how we are in the state that we are in today of dissonance, murky sephirotes, dis-ease, out of alignment with lack of love, compassion, aggression, violence in the world, unable to understand our relationship with existence, with God, the form of disconnectedness. How did it come from a perfect God that was beyond everything to where we are? And how do we work with that practically? Because once we understand this form, this paradigm, this way of seeing, then it really gives a blueprint on how to engage with it. And in a way, when I look back, it's kind of how I've engaged with it, sort of not knowing, and as well as how teachings I've learned in the past through many years of study actually fit into this, to do that repair, the tikkun within ourselves, our thoughts, our energetic ties, our energetic connections, to bring us back to God, to that relationship, that primary relationship, which we always have, because we wouldn't be alive. There'd be no Shekhinah in us, there'd be no breath of life, there'd be no life spark, there'd be no soul in us. That's the tangible manifestation that's always sort of there. And I think really that's where the Alephs fit in. So the golden Aleph is, and I'll speak more about it, it's not so much a symbol of an Aleph, the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet that has no sound. It's called an Aleph because we have to describe what it is, but the letter actually has no sound attributed to it. It's silence. It's pregnant with God, which is why it's a very good symbol to use to describe what I'm trying to say here. So it radiated before our creation. It's the pregnant space even before the emergence of it from the Or Ein Sof. It's not because it has form, but because its primary resonance, its primary energy, its isness, a pure indivisible emanation without subject or object, no darkness, no light, no sense of light as we know it, but it's the pre-light of divine intent. This is non-duality, it's a whole segment of teachings. This is why we can't fully understand what God is, because we live in a dualistic world. The concept is so beyond anything. And that's what it's kind of pointing to, the undescribable mystery that we come to know as Yahweh, or Abba, or Elohim, or Hashem, or Adonai. The source of God before he had a name. Even the source before he gave himself a name. The source before sound. The source before matter. Before anything was created in existence. To imagine that God was inert, without movement or life, without a certain potency of pregnancy of creation in him, is really a mistake of a dualistic logic that we have. Just because it was what I've described, that doesn't mean it was nothing. And that's a perception of dualism and not the understanding of non-dualism. It's not no dualism, it's non, N-O-N. It both does not have form, yet it has form. It's not light, but it's not dark, and it's beyond any color. It's not nothing, and it's not something. It's beyond any description. And even it may appear as still, it's the entity of what we call God, may appear as still, but there's a radiant fullness, yet there's no activity that we can think of it. There's a sort of eternal overflowing of being, but it's beyond tension and beyond movement. Undescribable. These words are too limiting. It's just merely pointing at what that can be. So this preemination is called ayin. It's not nothing, but a no thing, a still, silent fullness, vibrating, just beneath the concept of what vibration is. It's beyond description. And that is the top of the tree of life, which I guess you really barely can see. I hope so. You see little words in Hebrew. It's the top, the third one, the one on the very top. So that's what's describing. We're now at the source. Coming from the source, we'll come into physicality and density. A lot of what we've been describing in the tree of life. So we have those teachings, so I don't need to go into those details, but really bringing it forth will give an understanding of this sort of core first practice of mantra, when we just have that symbol of the golden Aleph, then going into the name of God, just one name of God, and then multiple names of God, and how to connect through different practices. It shows how it's all connected in, that it all leads back in, and we're able to connect at different levels. So there was always that sense of God, and it wasn't perceived because we weren't there. And perception requires separation. You have to look at. In this state, there was no separation. So the ayin is the unknowable root from which all arises. The Ein Sof is the first knowable name of the divine, a concept where the infinite has no end, no boundary, no nothing, complete expansiveness with no limit. And then the Or Ein Sof is the light, the first emanation of the infinite, the clear light that manifests into our world, that begins to manifest, that emanation. And then that separation that's created, so we can have room to have our existence. When God pulls back, so there's that open space where the colors of the rainbow, which gives form to our matter, to our lives, is able to exist. We're no longer in the ayin, not even in the ayin. We were no longer in there. You can't go there. But we emanated from that space that's not describable. And by the pulling back and the emanations of the light, the energy of God created the emanation of the Sephirots. And the Aleph is the silent breath before the first emanation arises. The pregnancy, no sound yet. It's the first face that emanated from the Yayin, that there's a sort of emanation that something should give birth, that something chooses to manifest and be known. And there's no creation, but that momentum, that pregnancy that starts giving a little movement forward. It's sort of the Ayin's echo into the world of becoming. It's the Aleph is the container of silence, the shape of breath before any breath, the bridge between what's unknowable and the known. But the Ayin has no structure, no form, even no spiritual form. And the concept of the Aleph, not so much the symbol, but what it represents, is the beginning of something that has a structure, the beginning of some sort of understanding of something that's giving shape, that's creating a momentum. It's like the shimmer on water, the light glazing on a water. And it's the breath that takes form, that allows the light to enter into the world. It's the light, it's what arises from the Ayin, the ungraspable form of God. The Aleph is the first feeling. It's the bridge. So it's important to understand what it's trying to describe. It's really describing the very, very first essence, which is very close to the very undescribable nature of God. It's the seed syllable from which everything gives rise. It's symbolic. There was no form of it, but this shows what that is. And as human beings, a symbol, this is what that represents. It's not that this came out that way, but it's that concept I'm trying to describe is in that image. And we'll see why that's really important in our ability to connect. It's gold because it's imbued with divinity. It did not come from empty space of nothing. It came from God. And the gold encapsulates the pregnancy, the fullness without being full. The emanation of, this is what I am. I am that I am. That statement where God begins to take form and recognizing himself in a manifested way. And then the form into us afterwards, letting there be light. The breath from the Aleph, the first ha. Aleph, ah. The exhale of the breath of life. Yes? So we're beginning to understand this level, and these are energies. The emanation of that energy touches our life even today. So by understanding the source and how it gave rise to today, then here in today, we could ride that current back to the source, which is many spiritual paths describe by the work of sounds and practices in meditation, silence, and things on how to work it sort of and connect with that. So the Aleph came from silent, breathless, no voice, only the essence. The I am was in the spaciousness, the potency that gave rise through space of the Ein Of, that was without form, but the energy was emanating and was everywhere. And that was sort of that energetic pregnancy that pervaded space. And then came the Tzitzum, when God withdrew and peeled back his infinite light into a space that was closer to him, so we would have our space from which to give rise to something more solid. This is when dualism came in. God, us. Space, something in space. Light, dark, heavy, light. Air, rock. Do you see? Love, hate. The dualism came into that space, but now we have an understanding how it came from God and how there's still that space, because it's God who created the space, and therefore that space lives within God. Nothing could live outside. He created it. He holds it. It's a decision that he made to create that vacuum. See, the energy of thought, the energy of creating that space is part of that momentum, which we describe as the Aleph. So it's really coming from the core of it. The ground zero, so to speak, the furthest that we're able to sort of go and conceptualize in some way to something that we really can't describe. This is why I'm like fishing all around here, just trying to give a sense as to what it is. It really can't be defined. It's a sense feeling of where it comes and where we fit in. And we fit into that contraction where the space is created. That empty room where creation can give rise. And in that place, a ray of light entered. And that was the breath of the Aleph, when God says, I am. The I am rises as a pre-form of thought, the moment of awareness. So it's from an unshaped breath into a conscious thought, into an out-breath. The declaration crystallizes the Aleph into conscious thought. So there's different forms depending how far back you go, but they're all in one thing. Do you see? So the symbol we use is extremely pregnant because it touches on all the different elements of God. It's the emanation of the ayin moving forward to when it becomes more and more solid, to the point that we have a symbol to describe it, that we have something more solid to land on, which gives us our point of sort of engaging. Yes, and that original breath of life, let there be light, that exhale of life is when the Sephiroth through Keter began and was activated. The non-dual light, which is the clear light, which is white, but it's not white, hit the prism where the rainbow's light came from. Yes? This is part of the duality of it. We find the tree of life here. Right? So the Keter is very much the clear light that sort of comes through as white. In the colors of the rainbow, moving its way through of creation. With our chart, we see it here very clearly. Yes. And this gives rise to form, but we see how God plays in it. This is why I've gone painstakingly through the detail, and I hope I didn't make a little technical error somewhere in something that's quite difficult to really describe, because it's kind of a little bit beyond our full knowing. And the full details don't kind of really even fully matter. It's the understanding this how creation came to be. Because then we could work our way back. So the I am that I am, let there be light, let there be life. The intent to create the world in all its form is the increasing of the solidity of the building blocks of life, which is here the various forms of the rainbow as they coalesce and solidify, creates everything that's around us, as well as our personalities, because we have different forms of the different Sephiroths. Even when they're purified, we are a little different because of our frequencies and our likes and desires. This is just because we have a different combination. And so the Keter, the crown, is the divine will, the origin of form within the structure that came into being, the point where the infinite breath became directional to create, to form. And before Keter, there was only wholeness. With light's exhale, the separation, the tension between form and formless of the container where we live emerged. And in that we are held. And it becomes the vessel from which God begins to really manifest and give creation to life. And we describe the tree of life with the Sephiroths. It's the structure that came from the light being fractured from a source that had no differential, what we call the clear light, the white light, into something that had different colors. blue, red, yellow. Do you see? Yellow's not red, red is not blue. So we're entering into dualistic thought, ideas. It's not that, it's this. Do you see? Before there was none of that. And then we give rise to the emotional spectrum. And the contraction is the moment that the clear light gave birth to the rainbow light. It's the moment Yahweh made space for beauty, form, and us. So we really received from the clear Aleph, the divine Aleph. But we have to describe it from our end, from the color, from the rainbows, from it's not this, but it's that, and we're pointing to something. So from the clear openness, pregnancy, came the many, came all the different forms and the animals, all the different thoughts and emotions, everything that arises, the open space of nature with birds, with animals, with the wind. From the Aleph came the breath from which I now speak, and the microphone that I speak through, the internet that carries my voice across the world. It's the breath that emerged into wisdom, chokmah. From the very first spark, wisdom came out. The feminine aspect of the white column, the space, which gave form to matter. Wisdom on the right came understanding on the left. And then we're always trying to find that balance. The balance that always exists in God, but yet He was beyond balance. He was beyond all of this. But in our dualistic world, we're trying to kind of come about into that sweet spot of alignment, which is the closest we can get to that sort of slipstream, into that underlying current. But it's also found, I've found in my experience, that God is also found in the disorder of things. We don't need to always line it up, but we could find it in the movement. And one works up to it. So the Aleph is not just a step into existence, depending on which level you're trying to speak from, but it really, and this is what I found to be so beautiful about it, it's a symbol of the whole mystery from the beginning. And it's sort of hidden in every layer of the tree of everything that's us and not us, and everything that's God that we can describe and understand, to those aspects that we can't understand or describe, the unknowing. It's a complete. I think that's the power, and that's what makes it a seed syllable. It's what makes it what symbolizes what comes, what everything came from. And later on, I'll describe how that is important, very important, which is why I'm going through these steps very carefully, so we all follow along to come seeing why a symbol could have such importance. because a lot of this is not describable. And you won't need to know all these details of the name of that which gives rise to that, because after you've come to understand it and hear it, maybe listened and maybe studied it just a tad to really kind of get a sense, then the symbol just carries that energy of what it is. And you don't need to understand the steps of it or the details of it, because you know what it's trying to point towards. And that's the important part of all this. So the Ein Sof, this is where the infinite space, no boundaries, beyond description, it's where the Aleph first begins to sort of shimmer. It's not articulated, God has not articulated himself, but there's an intention to reveal that begins to formulate. It's the horizon where God, infinity, begins to lean towards the idea of creation. But there's no creation, but yet there's a vibration. The Aleph in this point begins to symbolize pure, infinite awareness. When we meditate and we still our minds and we open and we sit in that open space with time, one is able to do that, even for hours or days. You're tapping into a space that has no boundaries, that's open, and you just rest there. You rest there. You begin to feel that there's a place of unbounded wisdom that we're able to connect with. Life, embedded in life, just inherently alive and open and conscious. And there's nothing to do. There's nothing to think. You just rest in it. And it's incredibly peaceful. And you could lose track of time. But when you come back into yourself, you realize by tapping into that space, into that blessed energy, you come forth very healed in a different way. You've brought healing to the different aspects of yourself by just connecting with that space. It's very empowering, whole. But while you're touching into it, and sometimes it's just a couple seconds here, a little there, or it's a minute. You know, you hit that 18-minute space when you're meditating, and suddenly you're in that zone. Well, you're entering that space, and it changes you, because we're touching in to a divine space that's pure. And our vessel that's in disalignment, because our sifrots are in disalignment, has that pure Shekhinah, the pure light. Keter begins to flow into us. We're able to sort of relate to what Keter is. And that brings healing and balance. Much more so than if we worked for years in psychotherapy and other things, though we do those things. But this is something we could engage with our practice. It's the power of practice. It's what I've been saying for years. Put in the time. You're not going to understand why quite yet. We're building the steps. Presence, bringing yourself to focus, living in the present moment, at least when you're trying to pray or meditate, using the mantra to bring you back to the mantra so you focus on the mantra, letting go, trying to be present. Because in a way, there's that space that if we learn to radiate from, really releases the tension that's in our body, which gives rise to emotions and thoughts, which give rise to action. It allows us to become more still, more pensive, keeps our energy more in, and purifies ourselves. Yes, so the Aleph contains that pregnancy in there. It's part of its aspect. So the Or Ein Sof, the Aleph, is that still point within the infinite light. It's pointing towards that open, boundless space, which is beyond us, but yet it's where we came from. And if that got cut, though you can't cut it, but that contraction, that it ended, then everything that came for it wouldn't exist anymore. It's sort of that current that goes into the TV. If you pull the plug, TV goes dark. In this case, the TV would dissolve and not exist. It's the source of emanation. You see, it's the lifeblood that gives rise to everything. It's the luminous threshold. And then comes the contraction. And the Aleph becomes the marker of that moment where something and nothing, form and formless, created that sort of separation. It's the silent bridge, that first form that remains undefined. And so it points to that. And through our practices, we're actually trying to orient ourselves through sound and form and practices to be able to work and excavate through ourselves that cathedral within, to be able to feel that perfect cathedral that's in our core, that perfect soul within us, those sephirots of who we truly are that are in perfect alignment, so that energy comes forth and emanates in a more solid, perfected way, not so much the aspects that are off, that are in need of healing. And so the concept of the Aleph is the gate between what's hidden and what's revealed, between Keter and Chokmah, wisdom. It has no sound, it's the breath before all sounds. It's the consciousness that gave rise to sound. Precedes all letters, anything that came into form. And each of the Sephirah is a reflection of divine light. But what makes them live in a way is that breath. Let there be light, coming from I am. And the Sephirah all sit in their perfected color at that point. And so the Aleph is a way where we could touch into that frequency, cut through other things, and by understanding conceptually what it symbolizes, we could align our energy in that way. And we could consider that each Sephirah is a unique expression of the Aleph. That it's not just an emanation from the Ein Sof, the boundless, infinite, non-dualistic white light, but each Sephirah is a prism that manifested from the pre-sound of the breath that was not yet breathed. So do you see how we're connecting our plug and showing the power station behind it? And we're showing like nuclear power. We're kind of saying, okay, our TV works, our light works. Let's do a light bulb. Our light works, but here is how the light works. It's nuclear fission, and there's an atom, and it's being split. Well, actually, wow. Well, that works. right? There was a collision between two things, and it gave rise to energy, right? So I guess the form and the formless, and that rise, the energy that brought forth, created the current, and the current created everything that came from it. So the light from a light bulb, we could say the energy from, this is taking it further, which doesn't really exist in our world, but the energy, we could say, the energy hit the socket, right? And then as it emanated from our light socket, right, created our world, created the extension cord, the copper, the steel, the light, the filament, the gas inside the light bulb. I guess old light bulbs have that, right? And it created everything. So we're seeing, when we look at the lamp and the lights, we now have an understanding of where that leads from. So the solidity that we perceive our world as being, very, very solid, this very nice desk that I'm in front of, goes into what's beyond construction, beyond the idea of construction, beyond just the undescribable of essence that's God. We're linking the points and have an understanding the very density and the messed upness we have and the offness and the issues come from the initial intent of manifestation, the moving slowly from the ayin to the orain to the ein sof, orain sof, the aleph, giving finally to the first breath of let there be light, that first exhale, that first movement into creation, after there was that separation, where God took form in his consciousness right before the I am, and then the intent, let there be life. And then the world was created. See, this is very, very important. You'll see at the end, I don't go into painstaking detail lightly. I'm not, but it's understanding energy. This is energy. Understanding the source, then you understand how you relate to the source, and then you understand how to work with what you are, and then you learn to how to relate and work with the source, and to come back into alignment. Yes? And so we could say that each Sephirah is a unique expression of the concept of the Aleph, the concept of God. So we could say that there's an Aleph, and I use this figuratively, I don't think people should work with what this is, that there's a different color Aleph in each Sephirot. The white in wisdom, that's the color white, mind you. Keter is the universal white, right? So the white, the blue, light blue, blue, yellow, orange, purple. Do you see? There could be Aleph of that color. It's the pure form of that Sephirot when it's in divine alignment. God has split himself into each Sephirah, and it embodies the grace, the blessing, the frequency of that Sephirah in its pure state. This is before the fall, when perfection existed, perfection in form. You see? So my understanding through my studies and practices, there's still perfection, even though it's a step removed. It's merely a different representation of perfection in a lower, more denser frequency. But God existed before frequency. Do you see? So before concept of any frequency, non-frequency, high or low frequency, frequency that's dead, frequency that's alive. Well, dead frequency would be no frequency, right? That's all dualism. That's in our world. That's here, right? So people are new to these theories. It's not theories, it's the reality. But there's a whole study. It takes a while to understand. It took me quite a while. It hurts the brain at the beginning because we're not used to thinking this way. But what really sort of hurts the brain is when you think in a non dualistic way, where you don't work in these ideas. So God came from beyond, but then we're able to understand. Our mind understands dualism. We have the right hemisphere of our brain that does certain things, and the left hemisphere that does certain things. One hemisphere is more masculine, the other one is feminine, as are the Sephiroth. Yes? So there's a perfect form of this. The perfect wisdom with Keter, with Shokma, with that, the different ones for different people. I have a lot of air, a lot of water, and a lot of fire. There's people who have a lot of earth. They like to sleep a lot. They like to eat a lot. They're very grounded. There's people who are very flighty. Their thoughts are scattered, right? They do this, they do that. Their energy is beyond anybody else's energy. They're just doers. They're socialites. They're everywhere. That's a lot of air. Yeah? People who fire. How do you describe it in a personality that's balanced? Great sense of presence. They emanate. They're in the room. You feel them. Not in a bad way. There's a presence. There's a consciousness. There's something there. Very pregnant. It's a fire. You see, it's kind of comes from the beyond. And then there's people who are very space, just open. You just look at them and you just don't know what it's about. They're just a presence in a different way. One's more of a masculine presence and one of more of a female presence. Do you see? One more lunar, one more solar. And it's in the balance. You see? So the Sephiroths in their pure state is respecting balance. And so one could see in Aleph, God in each Sephiroth, in the balanced form of it, in the perfection. The Sephiroth, the tree of life you're looking at, is perfection. It's divinity. It's divinity made manifest in kingdom at the bottom. Yes? Does that make sense? I'm opening up a little bigger for me so I can actually see it if my computer allows me. Here. So foundation, Yesod, is the upper Sephiroths, the middle Sephiroths coming together to create an energetic signature of perfection that gives rise to a perfect kingdom, which we call the Garden of Eden before the fall. Do you see? It's the manifestation of God in form. Yes? It might have been a higher vibrational, energetic world. I don't know. But in that paradigm, it would be a form because it has a place, even if it's energetic. If it was physical, then it had the form in a perfect world. Just imagine this planet with everything in alignment, the right amount of rain, right amount of sun, right amount of cold, right amount of heat, right amount of water. No hate, no predators, everything in perfect harmony. The animals, there is no death. Everything is life. But because everything is life and there's no concept of death, you're in beingness. Do you see? It's almost a non-dual world, but it's dual. You don't understand fully the concept of non-dual and dualing, but you're in beingness. You're in the present. You're not thrown off by thoughts or vibrations that throw you off. It's when you're into that space of meditation that I described earlier, when you are just sitting in Keter the best you can. That central channel, right, in alignment where you cut through your emotions and your thoughts and you enter into stillness, your sephirots line up and you could receive from the upper sephirots in a direct way, and you sit there. And as you sit there, you're just there. And it's not empty, it's extremely pregnant and full and rich and full of life. It's like taking an energetic elixir. Energetic, I don't know how to describe what an elixir is. Sort of a drink that infuses you, empowers you, heals you, just white light. Right? So that is the perfection that God created into form. There is no fall here. I couldn't really describe whether this is better or worse than it was before. Because it was in complete alignment. Do you see? So an understanding of what that is helps us understand what we're aiming towards. Yes? So in my practices, I did not have these understandings at the time. But through the practice, and this is why I stress it so much, one comes to feel it in a real way, even though it's hard to describe, and certainly not in such a structured form. This is why I love the Tree of Life so much, because it gives structure to what one can experience. And you experience it by walking the path of the sephirots, aligning your chakras, aligning your sephirots, and understanding the practices that help you do that. And then you get that experience. And to feel that sense of presence is a million books. And then once you're there, you don't need to listen to me anymore, because you're living in that space. And it's just there. And in that space, naturally, everything sort of gets purified. And so we could understand an Aleph here in that space. And this is what this chart here is showing. Right? So remember, in this chart, the upper three sephirots are sort of the halos around the Aleph. Do you see? That's the... So they... Right? So, yeah. You got the white, you got... So, right? So you're going from there. Which gives ways to the lower sephirots, where you have the 7 lower, which you have the rainbows. Does that make sense? Divine wisdom, divine emanation, divine wisdom, divine understanding. That's the basis. Right? So the tree you don't want to bite the fruit of is the tree of the knowledge of, wait for it, good and evil. Dualism. You're off your sephirots. So even though there was a tree and there was Adam and Eve, and you're living in dualism, right? But by not having the knowledge, you're living in the central column. When you start understanding the darker aspects, right? Or the lighter aspects, you're now entering in the sephirots of unbalance. And then you lose your frequency, and then you fall into the less perfected aspects of the sephirots. Does that make sense? So good and evil, well, love and hate, it's all love until there's not love. And then look, now we got Sifrot imbalances. Then you have actions that are off at kingdom, which in turn throws off, like, bad feedback. The circle in the wrong direction makes it worse and locks in other Sifrots. And then, of course, aggression's a lack of understanding, which reflects a lack of wisdom, which kind of chokes the whole tree. And then suddenly you're no longer in the central column. Now you're all off on the sides, and it's not a beautiful blue or orange or green. Now you got a murky sort of puke dark green that makes you nauseous when you look at it. And then you are in the situation that the world finds itself in. But the start was different. The perfection in the Eden was different. And it still underlines the structure because it's not lost. The duality has to exist within the structure of what's aligned in duality. And I think this chart shows what's perfect in our alignment in this duality. This world doesn't necessarily collapse if the Sifrots of this world or ourselves are in alignment. It merely is a different manifestation. But it's always sort of there. I am now getting ahead of my notes, but this is a beautiful time to take a break. So, why don't we do 10 minutes? And so try to keep the space during your break. That means don't talk. If you could stop from texting, if you could, if you need to check whether there's something urgent that just calms your mind, check. But if you don't have to reply, don't reply. If you really don't need to check, don't check. So eat something, drink, and try to keep the space. And that way, when I continue, we're just adding more to this. Yes. Okay, so 9:47, my friends, 10 minutes. Okay. So people come back a little bit. So just refine a few points from my notes. I think people are beginning to understand this vision and how it helps us. So this also lines up with teachings I've been taught over the years in different ways. With different ideas regarding it to a certain extent, but also a lot of similarities where every way, every color, every attribute of the tree of life, therefore, is not separate from God, but a facet of the divine breath. It's all Aleph, and therefore it is all God. So the Aleph is not a concept. It's the living breath, capital L and a capital B, that links every aspect of the tree of existence directly back to God. And what I found through my experience is I've tried to move beyond the physical world into energy. And I guess with the concept of the tree, which is a concept in a way, but also a way of how things sort of line up and work, is when we move beyond the physical into the more energetic, the links, the lines, the pathways which give rise to us, we realize that the 7 Sephirots are not steps away from God, but the face of God, still breathing, still emanating into His creation. In their perfect alignment, it's not fragmentation, it's manifestation. And that everything emanates from God through the Sephirots, through the Alephs, in their purified states in each Sephirots, in the Aleph manifesting that aspect of divinity that lives in that particular house of that Sephirot, with its associated specific blessing. Does that make sense? And eating of the tree of the fruit of knowledge is when our vibrations fell. Since so much the knowledge is that we began to live in something more dualistic, and it became off. We left the central column, which in a way is very non-dualistic. Its presence is pure Shekhinah. Its movement in wisdom, like the Merkava chariot, but almost without thought. It moves by instinct. Do you see? Because it's in perfect alignment with divinity. It maintains its sort of own vibration. Yes? And when we live in duality, then we're off the Shekhinah, we're off the chariot, we're no longer in that union. The Kundalini teachings with the chakras, the Kundalini channel is non-dual. Pure awareness, pure wisdom, pure consciousness. You don't think, you do, and you live from a certain singularity. Yes, it's true. Yes, you can Yes, it's possible, and yes, you still maintain your full personality, but there's less movement, and you're more tapped into the true aspects of yourself before the split, and you begin to discover that it's perfect, or closer to perfection, right? So the tree here we're describing is this tree, living in the 24-karat divinity of perfection that is God, and it's fully manifested because the energies are manifesting in this dimension in divine perfection. Yes? Right? Because it's fully radiating the manifestation of the different, Alephs, depending how you relate to them, but ultimately it's divinity that can't be conceptualized. The divinity before thought, the divinity before manifestation, the divinity before its concept of divinity that has manifested into a tree of life, of ourselves, of our world, of our dimension. It's just merely a creation through a choice of God. Yes. So it's what I'm showing is that the underlying structure has perfection in it, which is a very important point, which will be clear in the future, in the moment, because we have an understanding that the overlay of this world is on top of an overlay, a structure of perfection that exists at some point, at some distance, or no distance. It's an energetic disalignment that's occurred. Right? So as I was going through my life, the fog, the vagueness, the lack of understanding, all sorts of things was built on part of not vagueness, understanding, direction, and connection. Because in duality, there's always the opposite. And God is the perfection aspect of the duality. So in a way, it's a point I came up to yesterday in my mind when I was contemplating, and I didn't write it down, and look, here it is doubling back. So God is love, compassion, correct action, right? Mercy, charity, all those good things, right? So all those things exist in our dimension. They exist in our dimension because they're the proper aligned aspect of duality, which is the other aspect of that is the opposite of what I just named. But if you notice, that aspect are actually the attributes of God. So in a way, by aligning with those actions, those momentums, those intentions, we're aligning with God because He's directly linked to it. It's the power of the path of mitzvot. Proper actions, proper conduct. Aligning yourself with God's will aligns you with God because He's the living embodiment of those aspects. It's the living embodiment of the Sifrots in proper balance. And by lining up through actions, intent, doing certain things, sacred things, study, everything, one rearranges one's Sifrots. Because that's actually where God sort of is in this dimension, if that makes any sense. And then we connect with the transcendent, because the aligned Sephirots, the aligned form of this dimension comes from God. It's a structure. It's a divine structure. It makes sense. From formless, undescribable to solidity. But it all came from God's decision. He decided to create I am, the sense of who He is, the breath, let there be light, and created creation and the perfection of the Eden, so He can have that and live amongst that. God's footsteps were heard in the garden. God interacted with His garden, with His creation. That was through God's will. And it was perfect. Right? The tree of knowledge created a disalignment, not so much for the knowledge, but the density of the decision of doing things that were out of alignment, the decision to disobey, threw off the Sephirotes because it created a separation. It's a decision to not do what's right, to do what's off, not living from one's alignment, creates an imbalance, which throws off our Sephirotes, our karma, our mitzvah, our ability to be in alignment in this central column. Yes? And this is what my teachers have taught and what I discovered on my own and come to an understanding in different ways. And this is why I share it with you, as it provides a framework through these wonderful teachings of the Tree of Life. It helps us provide an understanding and a pathway home. So every ray, every color, every attribute to the Sephirah is not separate from God. It's a direct facet, it's a direct aspect of the divine breath. It's all aspects of the Aleph, God's presence, manifestation, His being. And therefore it's all God. So every aspect of the tree links directly back to Him. So every aspect of the tree has that living breath of Yahweh, that derivative from the perfect color, but yet still tied to it. So the primary rainbow spectrum on the chart is how God engages with His creation. One moment here. There's 7 emotional expressions of the Aleph in differentiated light, the embodied aspects of Yahweh. It's the divine qualities we can embody and respond to. In manifestations of His breath, of His energy. And we come to understand how they can be mirrored in humanity or not mirrored. So in a way, the rainbow and the Sephiroth is a breathing out of God, a manifestation of Him, an external manifestation of Him, which was caused by the separation. It was love, an expression and desire to create out of love. And so the pathway back is to walk back from where we are, back into the alignment. And that is what we're doing with our practices. You see how it all fits back in. So the fragmentation that we feel is the Sephiroths out of balance when we are in disobedience with the alignment of the central column, when we are not in aligned with the proper actions or thoughts or conduct. Not so much our knowledge of the differential between light and dark and solid and matter or good and evil. It's that we're not aligned in the proper way as we manage this duality we live in. But this is something we can repair. There's always hope. There's tikkun. We are able to realign. And that's the essence of all religious practice. And so the Aleph allows us, and the understanding of what that letter without sound represents, shows what can be restored. We can rewrite what we see of the tree of life, not a tree that demonstrates our trauma or what we're not, but it's a tree of return, what we can become again, the perfection that we can transform, transmute, return to. It can become a bridge. So each Sephirah can represent a path of healing, of intentional living. And the fall really happened and is happening every day when we don't live or recognize or even attempt to Eden, to be in synchronicity and alignment with God in a perfection. And if we don't try to, we fall into ever greater disalignment. So the fall happened when we stopped living in the energies of Eden, of alignment, and we stopped recognizing it. And then we started forgetting what it was like. And then we lost the pathway home. And then we felt a great separation. And then we felt like we can't get there. And that energetic break is what makes it so hard for us to get back. Because we think, and at least I've discovered, that somehow we're broken in that aspect. There's a cut in the cord. But as one does practice and prayer, one does feel something. One does get a sense. One does have an inclination to return. One begins to understand how life is created, and therefore God is in everything. As this teaching kind of points towards the rocks, everything comes from that. And one has that, one realizes that necessarily there isn't that break. Because if there was a break and one did meditation, one couldn't get the sense of Keter or beyond. You see, because there would be no connection. You just feel nothing, I guess. Their chakras would not live in the kundalini attached to they're just nothing. It would be death. It's not possible. It's not energetically possible. It's not possible. Just, if you don't see it or feel it, just take my word for it. Impossible. You can't have the lamp that's created by the current that comes through the plug if there's a break in the current, which is what created the lamp. Remember, the lamp was created from the current that created the plug, created the cord, created the lamp. Well, if you cut somewhere the current from the nuclear power plant, then the lamp would cease to exist. It can't exist on its own. The source of life has to flow through it. The atoms have to vibrate. The filament, the gas, comes from something, and it has to have that spark of electricity which lives in something, the creation of life force that gives rise to light. You see? So this is a connection that always maintains itself, whether we realize it or not. And therefore, we have the possibility to reform ourselves, to make different choices, to do the practices and follow the religions which allow us to return, to heal. So the emotions aren't a problem. It's the disturbed emotions that are a problem, excessive emotions. But joy, laughter, peace, and love are healing. Contentment is good. Yes? And when our emotions are disturbed, and I will give teachings on emotions in the future, there's also on the other side the positive aspects. So we kind of see the wisdom that's coming up, even in the emotion of anger. There's a lot of wisdom in there sometimes, or not, but at least it reflects our interior self and shows us how to work with it. And by connecting with the central space on the spot, one can just release the disturbance and be in the presence of wholeness and not act it out, and clear those sifrots, visualizing the Aleph and connecting with what it represents, and that energy that's there naturally releases the imbalances that's occurring in our body and realigns everything. I'm getting slightly ahead of myself, so I want to catch up on these notes, say a few things, and move on to where I'm just at. So the Aleph is silent because it represents what can't be spoken, only entered into or felt or trying to touch. It's the pure divinity. And so we're not the essence before movement and sound, the very source. So it's connecting outright to those molecules inside the nuclear power plant. Before there was even two, when there was one, all in unity. So we're tapping into the source. So the Yud, Va, Yud, the two symbols, the two Yuds on either side, and the Vav in the middle, is the connection, symbolically, as I mentioned last week, I guess now I'm remembering, of the connection of heaven and earth, from divinity to us. But it's in union before duality. They're both in one, they're connected, and they're one symbol. So it's the transcendent divinity. And by understanding that which is linked through the tree, through the separation, through the Sephirots, I'm going to go a little further on that, a little further down that chain of thinking, one connects to that. And we see how there has been no break in that energetic chain. And therefore God is always available energetically. And as one practices and meditates and does the mantras, one starts to have a felt sense of that. And one begins to realize that it's true and real. And one begins to receive the blessings and the healings and the graces and the realignment that comes from tapping into that. And so the Aleph is really symbolic of a letter of truth, because it's really the sign of God. I'm way ahead of my notes, so I am quickly So the separation we feel from God is the lack of our own alignment. His presence is in everything, otherwise we wouldn't be here, from kind of what I've shown through the chart. So the perfection is just underneath. We have to clear the walls of our own cathedral so we could feel and see the light that exists within us. We could uncover the 24-karat gold nugget that's deep within us. That aspect, that golden Aleph that vibrates at our very core, that is our very essence. It's what we came from. It's what gave birth to us. Whether we realize it or not, whether we're in alignment with it or not, it's all held in that field of duality. It's just, do we want to align with the healthy aspects or the unhealthy aspects, the balanced or the unbalanced, the part that's healthier and moves up our vibration, or is less healthy and moves down our vibration and our frequency. But God is in all of that because God created that duality in which we live. It's just to what extent do we resonate or relate with Him? Yes? So the alignment of the Sephirots, the let there be light, created us. It wasn't necessarily a separation, but it was a sort of companionship where we're walking with God. God wanted that aspect of creation for Him, I guess, to experience, to live the act of creating. In alignment, there's no separation. In disalignment, there is separation. And the breath of God is present in all of us and in the tree because it's what allows us to maintain. And as one does the practice, one realizes that no matter how disconnected I felt, because I couldn't feel much for the first 4 years. I always was religious, always went to services. But really at age 12 or 13, it really becomes a conscious intent as you enter puberty. And I prayed, but it felt like a one-way channel. And I was very shut down emotionally. My heart really couldn't feel it. All these things. But as I saw examples around me of people laughing and feeling love and care with friends and all sorts of things, I began to understand and the healing happened, and then the sense of connection to the sacred, which became very tangible through the music that made me feel devotion to God. It became an unearthing like an archaeologist. And things began to realign, and things deepened when I went into meditation, when I was exposed to certain teachings, the way I engaged with them, teachings that I didn't go into, how I balanced my sense of how I should walk this, which is a little foreign, and learn and grow and become. It's the sort of pathway home. We work the Jacob's ladder, right, back to God. Look on your screen. Rung by rung. But it is a golden path, because whether we realize it or not, it's the way home. And it is golden no matter how dark it feels or however we're stumbling along, because there are ways emanating from divinity as represented from the Aleph. We can feel it. We know kind of what to do. And it's there. And it's not so much outside of ourselves. It's within. We can do that journey within. It's both without, it's within, it's both, it's neither. At some point you don't know. Remember, I've said that many different times, including towards the beginning. Right? This is when you tap into that source and you live from it. And as you live from it more, it's just there. And the thought of where is it, how is it, throws you off from it. And it's a pathway home. In a way, this is where the Sephirots align, the left and the right, and this is sort of the central column, the Merkava chariot that goes up and it goes down. It's the Shekhinah. In a way, the Aleph can be seen as the manifestation of the Shekhinah in our world, the light that helps, that guides us, that gives us life, that aligns us to God. Yes, that chariot. And to the extent we're close or on it or radiate or just get a little feeling of it, helps guide us, helps get on that ride home. And the home is nothing really more than our alignment. Yes. To the proper alignment of our Sephirots. Oh. Hopefully, click too many times, it doesn't want to cooperate. Yes. So what I've discovered in my practice, and I made this to try to express what I'm trying to say, that, and I'm going to then go back on my notes because I don't want to miss things, but that by connecting to God with each Sephirot within, it connects naturally to Him and aligns them all up. It's that desire for connection fixes the imbalances in the Sephirots. And so I created this to try to show this concept. And it's the concept of it came from one. It's the seed of it all. God gave seed to the tree of life. So if, of course, orange is divinity and gold, that underlines our reality. If we relate to it, we are able to either cut through or dissolve the barriers that we're feeling in our lives that removes us from the truth, from God, from alignment. if we're able to understand that it's in relationship with God through mantra, prayer, actions, mitzvot, reading sacred text, attending services, that opens our frequency to divinity, which is always there, very apparent when you're in front of Torah or sacred text, in prayer, in sacred prayers, at home in front of your shrine when you're able to align, or finding the power in the Aleph, or in the mantra, or in a picture of a sacred place, or being at a sacred place. That touches into the underlying current of divinity. And as one becomes more sensitive, as one aligns the Sephirots and lives from the central column, one is able to sense that more and more in everything. First in places that are aligned and pure, and then one begins to see God reflected in things that are impure and not aligned. It's all part of the divine mystery, and it's all part of the understanding of where our dimension is at. But by living in the presence and having our central column aligned, our chakras aligned, our sephirots aligned, one can live in the Aleph. Hence the practice of the Aleph is very powerful in the aspects of the mantras that I'm trying to teach. Because what we're trying to do with everything we do, if we practice religion, or we're a seeker, or connecting with tree, or whatever, connecting with a prayer, or feeling God in a song, there's so many different ways in a relationship of love and care. The love we express around us, all our attributes of God. And if we live from that place, we are able to connect with that divine energy that's beyond sound, beyond concept, yet is the living manifestation in this world that's just beneath the surface, that's just beneath our thoughts, that's just beneath our energy, it's just beneath our ability to touch. And as we connect with it, it's like a sun, a golden 24-karat sun. We're looking through the fog and we see a glimmer. And the more we connect, the greater we strengthen that connection. And then the sun and our desire and intent and efforts burns that fog. So the rays in us, we become a reflection. In the Aleph practice, we sit with the Aleph and feel that connection in some way. Allow it to fill us. That unexplainable God that's symbolized in the symbol. So it's not the symbol, it's what the symbol represents. So be careful there, right? Which makes the symbol sacred, but in and of itself, it's not sacred. It's what it represents. It's a distinction there. And our out-breath is the manifestation through our body of that energy of divinity that we're tapping into. We become the vessel through which it emanates, through our practice and our knowledge of what it is and our desire to connect, as well as our understanding that it's real and that it's available to us, which is why I so painstakingly went through all these steps. So it's not just me putting this up there, but you understand why this makes logical sense. Sadly, this is not our physical world in the way we live it, but it's the bones of it. It's the energy, when properly aligned, of it. It's the energy of Eden, it's the energy of God. From this singular Aleph came this. Are they different? Yes and no. Ultimately, they're the purity of God. So in that sense, they are not different. In other senses, it's a dualistic manifestation of divinity. But is it any less perfect? I would say no. And as I've deepened in my life, and hopefully you'll deepen in yours, hopefully you'll come to understand this. The lack of feeling connected needs to be bridged, because that itself is the entire path. So you make movements here, you change here, you decide a little time to read, Torah, Tanakh, sacred text. You pray, you attend services if you can, if not. So whatever you feel called to do, you do the practices you feel called to do, and you start feeling that. The Alephs of the tree of life, how God is in everything, connected to everything, regardless of the disturbance, the imbalances that one perceives, or one feels, or one sees. He is always available. He is always there. And the practices we do is to help connect us to that source energy, which repairs us, our world, and our sephirots. Each sephirot in disturbance, any pukey green, something that should be dark gray is pitch black, a red that should be warm and balanced and nice is some fluorescent red that just hurts the eyes and the brain, right? The connection with God as in each sephirot, as is shown here, by using that connection with God that's underneath that imbalance, we could re-enter in balance in the sephirots. Therefore, one practice rebalances the whole. Just heard ahas. Yeah, this is the aha moment. And also, by working with a singular name like Yahweh, Adonai, Hashem, Elohim, Emmanuel, one also can connect, because you're connecting directly with that divine energy by using more of a name, as opposed to an Aleph that's silent with no sound, and we're just simply resonating with. It becomes a name in sound, which is the manifestation of the Aleph. And then if you use multiple names, that's a further manifestation. But it all leads back to God as represented through the Aleph. Because it all links, just different forms. That's why one is not better than the other. They're just different ways that are necessary to help heal us, to bring back order to a tree that's in disorder, a tree that lives in duality, that's not in alignment, which is what we were born into, not necessarily our fault. But we have the choice in our lives whether we repair it or we make it worse. Yes? So, one moment please. Let me turn off this fan. So, I forgot to turn off the mic. Well, so let me quickly go through my notes, because I don't like doubling back on things. And so it might be slightly walking it backwards and then towards where I am. So I, of course, got ahead of myself. But I want to just make sure that these things here are kind of said because they'll be helpful. And then remember, it's not the details of this. It's really that you are now able to connect through understanding, and how this is a pathway, it's a portal to tap into what we seek. It's very, very direct. Do you see? Right? When I started, I was in distress. A lot of things were going bad, and I saw a lot of things were holding me back from my youth and other things, and I was stuck, and I was quite ill. I have to say I was suicidal. We've all been there at some point. Depressive. All sorts of not able to foggy, all sorts of problems that manifested. So I didn't have time to really waste. So I went right to what works. And so I offer as a suggestion to people as to what's worked for me, what I've seen worked for other people, and to ground it in the way that's safest, which grounds it in God, and present it in a way that's understandable and show why it works logically, and simply offer it as a possibility. And that's what the point of this Sunday is about, to present it. And I had a lot of foreboding, and I was very anxious about it because I don't really necessarily present things in this way, and not certainly my idea or what I've seen in such a way. It's not like me. It's not kind of that. But it's really exemplifies what is going on and what guided me and what guided others and what I really feel a lot of religious texts are saying. And it's really about a practice. It's really by working with a symbol that has no sound. Remember, in our practice, we really don't make a sound from it. Radiating to a name of God, which has insane number of blessings and power to it, to multiple names of God, which has its own power to it and the ability to do certain things, and great place to start, right? But what it does when we spend minutes, days, hours in contemplation or do entire retreats is it realigns the energetic signature of our bodies. It attunes us, makes us sensitive towards, it bridges the gap, it cuts through the fog that separates us. We're here, you're spending your Sunday listening to me. You go to temple, or you read spiritual books, or you walk in nature. You have a desire of more. Otherwise, you would be doing something else. You have a desire of connecting to something that makes you feel more fulfilled, or understanding yourself, understanding God, heal yourself, wanting to raise your vibration, wanting to atone, wanting to heal and do better, the tikkun. It's all about tikkun. It's all about healing. Otherwise, there's no point. It's theory in a book, and I wouldn't be speaking of this. It's just everything I teach is practical. So I hope you see the practicality of this and the potency. And it's very safe, because all we are is taking our plug and plugging it into the wall. And we're realizing where the current isn't so good and where the real current is. And we start aiming ourselves in that direction. We are taking our radio telescope, our big satellite dish on the planet, right? Those big telescopes that are, in those big observatories, and we're moving it towards the direction of where God is. The names, the blessings, what the Aleph represents, and we're starting to listen. And we're putting our awareness in that direction. We've turned on our system, we've tuned it in, and now we're like, okay, we're trying to resonate, we're trying to understand, we're trying to grow, we're trying to feel it, we want to see it. 24 karat light of divinity, that's the greatest blessing. That heals us completely with our relationship to it. Look at your screens. Here we go. The picture says 1,000 words. I wanted this on the website for people to download if they so choose. So color is important because it's frequency, and frequency affects us. And it's also a teaching, and it also helps us resonate. So it looks beautiful on the screen. When I went to print it, it was kind of murky blue, and the sifrots weren't as precise or radiating as they are in the picture. So I'm working with it to create a printable version of this. So hopefully later on in the week it will be there. I have a version, not perfected version, on my practice space, because I feel this creates great blessing, not only because it has the Aleph, but it reminds me that God is there and He's connecting and He's present, and you can reach Him and you could change and align yourself in the Sifrot. This is the path of wholeness, the path of the saints, the path of the mystics, the path of the priests, the path of anyone who wants to walk home to God. And it's there. It's like we got the dirty path with the litter and whatever the things dogs do on the path, and it's dirty and there's rocks and it's not clear. Well, right underneath that, there's a path of gold beneath it. And this helps us resonate from that path that's right beneath the path that's really not so right. And by relating and feeling that, we're able to better walk the path that our life takes us and make better decisions. And then if you take it internally, as opposed to outwardly, how it helps in our lives through external, manifestation. If you take it internally, the more we radiate with it, our offness, our sephirots that are different colors, that are misaligned, and God knows what else, as we connect with God more and more, that goes away. And then one day, God willing, our path is golden bricks. We're walking literally the sephirots that are in orange in the image in front of you. Because we've able to burn through that fog, the smog, the pollution, the grit, everything that's on our cathedral walls. And now we're at the true ground zero of it, a beautiful soul that's divinely created in harmony at God, how God always wished it, with its particular beautiful blend of sephirots, with maybe a little more fire and a little less water and a little more air. That balance, which is our true selves, beautiful and golden, and as a true child and daughter of God. But even in our current state, we are the children of God. And we're making our way home. And honestly, I think there's nothing more beautiful than that. So I'm going to quickly, I have zoomed to the end of my notes, and I just want to quickly, if you bear with me, just pull out a few key points just to make sure it's sort of all here. And then we'll go into our practice. So the God through the Aleph and everything through the tree, he still speaks to us through the imbalance, through the struggle. He's not absent. He's breathing in teachings, in people who have done things, in sacred texts that have survived centuries, in the stillness of the wind, in the birds, in the stream. We can learn to attune to that, and it nourishes and feeds us deeply, and it sort of fills our spiritual batteries. So as we engage in our lives, we have that resource to power through, to be strong, to manifest properly. So a word, the breath of vibration, can open our path to the divine. And that's why I teach the names of God. We are literally manifesting holy vibrations, holy symbols. Okay, I'll get a little more into the Aleph in a moment as to exactly what it is, because I really want this really clear, because it's important. You'll see as I describe it. These help visual blessings, which also help us understand the energy, where it comes from, understand different aspects of divinity, including what really can't be grasped and known, as well as how it manifests here in our world in a more solid form. And ultimately, the most solid form is what you're looking at, the actual symbol in photographic print. That's very solid, which you could print into a necklace. That's very solid. Do you see? So complete solidity from something very abstract. Yes? And that brings forth the blessing, and that's what makes the syllable so sacred. It's not in and of itself, but what it represents. And as we see that's what it represents, then we treat the piece of paper and the necklace very relevantly, very preciously, because we know what it's linked to energetically, and it's a tangible manifestation of the divine through our understanding and through our reverence of what it is. But it's not so much the symbol, but yet it is. But yet then it's more than that. I hope that sort of makes sense. And now I'm yet again ahead of my notes. So I'll quickly go through. I'm just gonna, let's see here. All right, so, see, just lining up with the Aleph perfectly. So it's, see, there's a sign. Literally discussing right where my notes are, but I've jumped ahead and left and right, and yet suddenly here we are. Can't make this up. So the golden Aleph is a way of drawing the unknowable. It's the embodiment of pre-creation energy, the pure source of whatever divinity is, which we cannot describe. And it's a symbol of pure unity before sound and before division. But yet, as you can see here, as we can see it, it's this after sound and after division. So it's anchored here in this dimension. It could actually be in gold here as jewelry in this dimension. But yet what it represents is something way towards the beginning of everything, to the essence of what is God, and that's the power of it. That's what makes it so sacred. It's that energetic link. So when we sit in front of it and we are in front of it and we try to resonate with that frequency, there is that link. And this is why I went through the tree of life and through the Ein Sof and the Ayin and all that, to demonstrate that link that exists, that unbroken chain that brings what's in front of our eyes and actually has that energetic thread to the source. Therefore, never a full break or separation. And that's available to us now. The names of God is after the first breath. Then came form. Then came the letters. Then came the sounds that the letters make. Then came the names of God that are formed by the sounds that the letters make, which we turn back into what the Aleph means. That's a pure manifestation in a different way, but it has that chain of divinity through it. The sacred text as transmitted to the prophets, through prophets, the Torah and onwards, is a manifestation of pure divinity, because it's the sacred word that guides us, help us understand that transmission that was made. Yes? That life that was lived a certain way and is now as a record of what it was, so we could better connect with the way of being, of understanding, that helps us to, in our alignment, to repair our sephirots. And as we study those things, we return, let's look on your screen, back into a perfect alignment with the right colors, living in the central column, and ultimately, from what I've been describing, which I did not make an image of it. Right. Where is it? Well, here it is. So the divinity in the top could actually be viewed as golden, the golden divine that is the source of all. So that I left there could actually be golden, reminding us of the source. White and clear light's a funny color. This speaks of a truth, most definitely. But if you meditate on it, it has a certain spaciousness that's hard to nail down. And it could lead to a sense of nihilism, possibly, at its extreme. But it's kind of hard to tap into the blessings. You tap more into the rainbow. And you kind of don't get sustenance. You get purification without the sustenance to the truth. My practices really grew, and I really started going really far when I started putting gold in things, putting God back in. And boy, did it become potent. The first time I did it, I was blown back from my practice space and me. I was just like, whoa, what the world was that? And I'm like, oh, I'm onto something here. And I started getting wisdom, getting stronger, greater sense of understanding and direction. And I started being able to walk a path in a more aligned, proper way. Because you cannot forget the source of blessing of God. That 24 karat gold makes a difference in our minds. It comes from God. It emanates. It's different. Try it. Believe me. Don't take my word for it. It does. This is why it's important to remember the source. Right? So you could meditate on this and see how you feel and the power of that, which is off the charts. Let me just tell you. Or you can meditate on this. It's the same thing. One's aligned, this is aligned. Right? Let's contemplate it a little more, but off the top of my mind, I would say it's the same thing. But it's not. Because that really has a different vibration from this. Right? The original tree is a little more sterile. it's hard to resonate. If you meditate on it, you feel a sense of depletion. At least I do, because the colors aren't quite right for that. It's great for other things, but as a meditation aspect, it's a little... And then you do this. That has blessing. I feel blessing. That's really powerful. I have... It's a lot. Why? Because you understand now what the Aleph is, and you feel that infusion of the blessing that emanates, the blessing that we so desperately need. Feeling the golden bricks under the path that's all messed up. Feeling God beneath the fog, through the pollution, through the waves, through the duality, through our messed up sephirots. And by resonating with that, we resonate, and it naturally restores the balance without us having to focus on this or that. You do all the other things, mind you. The therapy, the medication, if you do it, the yoga, all of it, you do it all. But your practice, your intent, your energy, through practice and prayer, you're trying to attach with this. So you're also working through the energetic aspect, not just the mitzvot and everything else. It's both. I teach both. I don't do one and not the other. They're both, in my perspective, very important. But now you see how this, an understanding, leads to this. If I can get it to... Let's see here. Let me just slow down and read what I've written here so I could open the right one. Here we go. Same thing. But if that's in front of you, and maybe I'll try to perfect it so it's better when it's more printed, you feel it. It's a blessing. It heals you. So it's the power of images, and it's the understanding of what it's saying. It's not just a cool, cold tree that's a pretty picture that's like, wow, this is something, right? But now you understand what it means, and now it becomes sacred because it's revealing a sacred truth. And you appreciate it because now that you know, and if you look at it, I feel healing when I look at it. And the water, right? The pure water of life. I mean, nature in its perfection. The tree, the golden tree of divinity. This is literally divinity. This is our birthright. This is where we came from. That golden tree could represent Eden, our perfected state of our world and ourselves, as we repair and we heal. And by working with the divine sounds, the divine shapes, the divine images, which we can create, these have been created, that's literally how we relate to it to heal, to align. And it blesses ourselves, and it blesses our world, hopefully, as we share these things. It's very direct. It's very direct. It's going right to it and relating with Source. And yes, we are all worthy of that because it's always there. The separation is through dirt and grime getting all on top of things, of trauma, hurt, confusion, things being lost through the centuries, lineages dying out, different thoughts coming about, different focus in our world, more entertainment, not worried about this, not believing, thinking about that life is finite until people get to the end. So not working on our orientation, how we position what life is. Could be entertainment and a lot of fun, but also what's the fundamental purpose, and taking the time to make sure we're also taking that into account in our lives. All right, so quickly, I'm going to take a quick read, and we're going to go through this. And then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to do our practice. Because it's all about the practice. It's not just theory. You see, it's not really going to do a lot unless you start resonating. And then that's when the tire hits the road and you start moving along. So the golden Aleph is a symbol of pure unity, before sound, before any division. So when you visualize it, you're allowing your body and soul to become a dwelling place excuse me, for that original breath. It's a way of receiving whatever that is without grasping and not trying to understand it. You're merely in the presence of it, trying to feel it, but not grasping for it. It's being available. And allow it to kind of vibrate, allow it to kind of come, allow to see what unfolds, because it is a form of an energetic plug, because so many people through history have used this in a similar way that we're using it now. What it represents, God, and it's not said, there's no pronunciation of that, it's silent. We call it an Aleph, but this Aleph had like B, we call it a B, but it has the sound of B. Right, but we call it B, right? The Hebrew syllable for B, it's a thing, right? So we call it an Aleph because it's an Aleph, but what sound does it make? I just made the sound. There's no sound. Because God is unknowable, ungraspable. So it's a very sacred syllable through history. So we've empowered it that way, through our intent, and yet what it means. It's not the Aleph popped out of space at us, no. It's what it represents in that space and in that divine mystery. So when we connect, because now we know what it is and how people have done it, that becomes a means for that sacredness, physically, energetically, for us to resonate with it. And that's the power of it. Yes? It's mantras through images, images through mantra. It's how we could connect with that energy of something that's silent. The other ones, the manifestations of the name, we could say it out loud. There is sound, there is movement. This is why sometimes it's much easier to start with 3 or 4 names combined, then move to one name, and then move to something that's a symbol. Because the symbol has the vibration of all the names, and all the names help clear us, help align us, help us connect with that frequency. So when we just look in silence at that form, we're already attuned, we're already calibrated, already directed towards that divine frequency, which is represented by the Aleph. Therefore, when we look and we know what it means, the source of the names before it was a name, before it was sound, we tap immediately into that frequency because we've been working with a singular name, or, like Yahweh, El Shaddai, Elohim. See, combining the names, or we just say Hashem. Do you see? But that's all going back to the source of what the Aleph represents. And when you connect with the names, at some point, you could just visualize the Aleph. You're in a problem, in a situation, say God's name, or you connect with the energy of what the Aleph is. And it's the same, or even more powerful, depending where your practice is. Yes, it's realigning to the source. I'm going to leave this up from now on because this is really, symbol says 1,000 words. That's the whole path. All right, so quickly I'm going to keep jumping ahead. So when we visualize it, our mind softens, our body opens, our breath aligns. And there's a certain vibration of it that starts vibrating within us. We could view it or manifest golden rays coming from it, which is a form of working with visualization with it. 24 karat blessings of God instill a warmness, a stillness in our chest, or we feel healing or wisdom coming towards us. Visual thinking. So there's ways of working with it, but right now we're going to try to work with the stillness aspect of it. So there's ways of helping it come alive for us as we're working on how to resonate, how to feel it. So there's skillful means that we can use. But ultimately, we allow it to kind of come. And just by resonating with our heart of love, wishing to connect with God, which is sort of triggered by that symbol, then we already are feeling something in our heart chakra, in our heart center, in our cathedral that lives at our heart, at our core, at our base, at our center. Yes? And that comes through as a warmth and as a blessing. Literally me talking about this, I have the left hand extended at the screen and my right hand on my heart, and my body starts feeling warm and full and healed. I'm not feeling the lack of sleep. You see what I mean? It's just by feeling it, we're connecting to something that's outside of ourselves, yet is inside of ourselves. And our body and our minds and our thoughts and our energy reacts. And that's practice. That's a skillful means of using something like this to be able to walk the journey. It's a presence of pre-creation that enters the temple of our body. And the mantra in the Aleph is to return to that awareness. This is important. We're not calling something into being. We're not making something up and making it here. We're using it to bring something back into our remembrance, that we remember where we came from. We remember how the world and everything was structured. We remember how it's connected. And that remembrance and the connection with that remembrance brings it tangibly and in a real way back into our lives, that we could feel it, relate with it, and weave it into our existence today. So this is a remembrance of the truth. It's not a creation of something. It's a remembrance. The Aleph reminds us, our subconscious mind, our energy, our soul, our body, our disillusioned, disaligned, out of balance sephirotes, as to what it is underneath, the remembrance of that divine alignment that's our birthright. And we start to relate to it. Practices lead us back to a remembrance and a sense of being. We become Emmanuels, walking up to being a full 100% Emmanuels. We take our tikkun in our world, distort it, and bring our relationships, our family, and our little world that's our lives and the people we know back into Eden, a better alignment. And by us doing it individually or in our circle, right? Because the whole is made of the parts, well, then the parts start affecting the whole, and suddenly our planet heals. There's less pollution. Animals aren't dying off. We are able to improve ourselves. And that's come from connecting to the pure source, which is whole, perfect, aligned, and fully healed. The pure source is the tree. Here I have the Aleph tree of life, which is right underneath the normal tree of life. It's just the divine framework that underlines everything. Everything comes from that. And that, this tree of life here, comes from what this represents. The unknowable God. That's before he was called God. The core of the mystery of divinity. That has no name, but we can try and work towards relating to through a symbol that connects us to that source. And we try to bring it into our lives, which is ultimately what we try to do through mitzvot and sacred texts and attending temples and all that, to bring it back into our lives. Yes? So, all right, so I keep saying I'm going to go through this, and I'm going to go through this. So the Aleph teaching reestablishes God as the before the breath, and the exhale manifests it into our practice and into our world. And it restores divine presence in our voice, in our body, and our actions. So if God still lives in the tree, then every sacred sound is a means to return, to reduce that division, that distance that we have. It becomes like a portal, a living threshold, a living link between the infinite and us, who seeks to have a greater relationship with God. So the Aleph is a vibration. It carries the essence of the Ayin, the breath of the Or Ein Sof, and the willingness and desire of God to be known through the separation, the creation of space, the withdrawal of some of his essence to give us room to be alive. So we're attuning ourselves through the Aleph and what it represents to the very beginning of divine manifestation and all the manifestations that occurred since then that are in alignment through the different ways it's seen. The Sephirots, the white light Aleph, the white Aleph, the different colors, ultimately how it's in the tree of life, how it's in the Aleph tree of life, and how it goes back to the very source. It connects us and is there when even the Sephirots are unaligned, because it's at the very core of life, which gives life to the Sephirots that are unaligned, because God's always with us even when we are off the path. He holds us. If he didn't, there would be no life, there would be no earth, there would be no nothing. So when we align with our path, God knows. He's all-knowing. He has always that outstretched hand that I've spoken about so many times. And now you see how that outstretched hand is present in everything. So when we wish to connect, he feels us reaching for that. And there's, I guarantee, a connection that is made. He specifically very much then reaches for us to establish that connection as we reach up. It's not a one-sided street. There's a mutuality. He wants us whole. He wants us fully reunited and in alignment. And so by us doing the practices, we're saying, here I am, I wish to know you. and I'm doing everything I can. Please approach. Right? Which is a desire that me and other people have since a very young. That prayer, please God, let me know you. God, please heal me. Help me become more like you. Approach, help me. I want to know you. It's a basic prayer. And through these practices, we're doing it through a technique. So when one of us looks at an Aleph with a good intention, it activates that divine potential within the symbol that's been created through history or through teachings like this, and what the symbol represents for thousands of years of that sacred interaction that allowed the Aleph to be a living gateway, a resonant field that's embodied in a symbol. This is how symbols become empowered. And this is why you treat them in a sacred way, not because of the symbol as a typeface of a symbol. It's because of what it means and what other people treated it as being, and how we come to feel through our knowledge or through ourselves as to what it is. And then it literally becomes very sacred. And then it's possible, if you so choose, to have it in the center of your shrine, because for you that's the manifestation of God who has no face. But it's the manifestation of the energy, the manifestation of divinity, of perfection, of 24 karat gold. And as you look at it, you have created a field where the Shekhinah can become manifested. And then by being in front of such a space, your body, your thoughts create a link, and you can heal in a very powerful way that way. The symbol did not become powerful because we invented it. It became powerful because we choose to honor it, and we return to it through history. And we learn to breathe through it and allow it to breathe through us. Allow it to manifest to us. Allow it to heal us, tiku ourselves, manifest to us. Allow its blessings to go out into the world, to tikkun our world. Yes, it's a means to heal. It's a means to return to Eden. It's a means to better live a manifestation of God in better purity and alignment on this planet. And the Aleph carries divine power because what it represents was there at the beginning, and gives us back our breath, our divine heritage. It's a interrelationship between God and humanity. It's the seed. And we water it with our intention and the time we spend to work with it. It's where we remember where it came from meets where it came from and what it is. It points to the divine reality that underlines everything and helps us relate to it. It's what helps us remember and what it reveals to us that we've forgotten. And the true Aleph is the silent breath that bridges ayin and manifestation. And the written Aleph is a conduit, a focal point that we could resonate with because we're embodied physical beings. It's a map. It's a window. And so through it, we're able to connect to the vibration of the original Aleph, the preformed breath, the beginning of divine relation. So we're going to take a pause here, and then we're going to finish. I am way ahead of my notes. What we might do is, I like what I've said, and I'll take a quick scan, and then we just might move right to the practice. And then tomorrow, next week, I'll finish off the notes, and it'll be a little bit very similar to what I said, because I'm about 8 pages ahead of my notes. So, and then I'll be good to kind of re-engage. And I'm discovering this along with all of you as well. I didn't think I would come to an understanding like this for 2-3 years. And so it's different, and I'm caught a little off guard. And I think it's very beautiful. So the momentum of the teachings is now sort of changed in a way, in a beautiful way. And now we're learning to weave this in. And we'll discover this together through our practice, and exactly what it means and how we relate to it. So let's take 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do the practice together. So 11:30. All right. right. About a little minute left. But my computer is throwing off all sorts of arrow signs. So, working to get us through this. So we have a beautiful image. This is, I think, this really, symbolizes to me what is going on when somebody does the Aleph practice in a way, or doing any sort of practice when you try to connect with God and what's truly within ourselves, that inner cathedral that manifests divinity through the heart, beaming out light. And we also see that light beam from the heart chakra in the middle up to the top of the head, and manifests as divine energy going up the Kundalini channel to the top of the head, or you could see it as the central column going up. And it also can be seen, and in this way possibly, from the top through the top of the head down, and it activates the heart. Divinity coming in, and divinity is manifesting through a heart that's divine, compassion and loving, and it radiates out into the world. So it can be from within or from without, without to within, both, neither, because it's just there in divinity. And ultimately, when we're aligned, we're just there in divinity. Beneath it all, we're just not aware of it. It's one more layer that this tree is trying to show. Yes, so this is sort of pictured in here. And so when we do the Aleph practice, we're really connecting to the source of divine, the source of our inner cathedral, a source that, if fully manifested, gives rise to that idyllic, beautiful scene of calm and perfection, of worship and holiness and praise to God, means to connect, and we radiate that life and perfection. The fully aligned Sephirots, aligned within and aligned without, and in pure beingness with God. Effortless, never unbalanced again, whole. Yes? So, the practice here. So we're trying to connect with the Aleph that's within us, the radiance that's always within us, and we try to return to it. So the radiance that we see from without, the golden Aleph, feel what we feel, and it is also within us. So in a way, we're activating that's at the base of every cell, of every bone, of every fiber within our body, that truly lives in our soul, that's within us. And we kind of activate ourselves. We remember where we're from, who exactly we are, and that remembrance changes us. The Aleph is the breath before creation, and that lives in the heart of every soul. When we remember it, it radiates a blessing. We become embodiments, vessels of it, in increasingly greater and greater ways. It's activating within us the pure tree of life that is at our core. The tree of life of the Aleph that's at our very basis. And we manifest in our world differently. And it's Tikkun Olam, repairing the world through repairing ourselves. Then we engage differently in our world. And our tree, our body, vibrates differently. We react differently. We think differently. And therefore, we ride the energy of our horse, the horseman on our horse, our energy, our thoughts, our mind, directing our lives, become one, beyond thought, just living in the Aleph, just living in Hashem, manifested, indivisible. We are not that, but the Shekhinah flows to us and we are the vessel. That is attainment. That's what enlightenment is. And as you see, the Aleph could be, and God could be that what's behind the horseman, or it could be the Aleph. It flows through, it guides, it's the very essence of what's manifesting. It is literally the Shekhinah chariot. We are on it, we are moving with it, we have returned home. It's our birthright. And so the Aleph is the means to go about doing that. We walk that path of what it means. And so that symbol, this symbol, carries that. Gold, luminous, round, not sharp. I like how it's a little bit off-centered towards the top. It's like it's descending, moving into us. It gives a sense of momentum. The Aleph is not stagnant. It would feel very stagnant if it were in the center of the picture. It's not. It gives it a sense of momentum, of entering, of being, coming forth from what has no shape, sound, indistinguishable, and that emanation, the let there be life, the first exhale that gave rise to everything. It feels like it's the emergence before sound, as it comes into sound and form and us. It is what's at our core. And this reminds us, we're not building anything. We are remembering. And in that remembrance, we regain our power, not to react, but to act. The power of the knowing of where we need to go, who we truly are, and that empowers us to make those changes in the right direction. So visualizing the gold Aleph, having it in the wall in front of you if you so choose, or just visualizing it in your mind and drawing it into your heart, draws in the unknowable, the pre-creation energy of embodiment, as well as all the different levels from which it manifests, leading up to the image in front of you, or the image you're creating in your mind. As it becomes increasingly manifest, it links everything that came before it. And ultimately, that linkage that I've painstakingly went through step by step shows that it is an unbroken link. Therefore, it's very empowered what that means. We are merely removed in the fog. We are not cut off from God. He's still here. Therefore, that energy is accessible if we know how to go about it. And that is the path that I teach. So we receive what comes to us when we visualize it, when we think. We don't try to understand it. We don't think about it. We just feel what we feel, what that vibration is. And with time, you do link to that current. At the beginning, it might have to be more the names of God, but then you could say the names for a couple minutes and then work on the Aleph. Or the Aleph is something you have as a blessing if you choose to. And then over the course of months or years, you maybe turn to it, move to something else. But it's always what it means. It's always what it points to in silence. The Aleph has no sound. It's a soundless letter. It's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet because first it came from God and then came everything else. And God ultimately is much more than sound and much more than a name. That's the source. It can be, we could see a golden light as we sit in front of it, a warm stillness in our chest, or we feel something in our body. We open to that. It fuels us. It fills our battery with that energy, with what we feel comes from it, from our experience as we sit in front of that manifestation of divinity and see what happens. It brings the presence of pre-creation into the temple of our body. It's skillful means. We close our eyes and we inhale gently. We're not so much drawing it in, but inviting it to reveal, to emanate what's there just behind our breath, what's there just beneath our bodies, the purity that's within. We're using it as a means for a manifestation of what's always there, our remembering, our ability to touch in with that. So we view the Aleph coming into our hearts, or we place it in our hearts, or we view it in front of us, or in our mind's eye, or we just visualize it. Visualization takes practice. That's why we learn to still our minds. It takes practice. But that's okay. We could have a picture in front of us, which is often what I do, but one could also visualize it too. And it comes into ourselves, into our tree. And we allow it to enter our tree and for us to be with it. We don't have to do anything. It does what it needs to do on its own. And it's that feeling, that connection, that energetic flow comes in. And when we exhale, we allow that flow to come out of us. Sometimes with intent to people who are ill or things we wish, and it's a prayer. Don't do this now. We'll discuss this another day. But we're just emanating it out. Yes? As we bring it through us, it's and in the out breath, whether we're realizing it or not, we're moving that energy through our entire body, and it's emanating through and hitting every cell, every bone, every muscle. It's just what's happening whether one realizes it or not. So it's literally moving fully through us. And then we breathe in, kind of relating to the Aleph. It's just an energy. It's not like we're inhaling it in, but we're sort of energetically allowing a receptivity or bringing in of whatever it has to show or feel through that connection to divinity, right? So we're sort of bringing ourselves forward to that emanation, that pulse, the wavelengths, the whatever it is, the felt sense, in and then out, in and out. And it's actually a meditation. As I'm saying it, I'm actually falling into a meditative state. I mean, literally, I just, after doing it 3 times, I literally started blanking out into a space of openness that's not sterile. It's warm and full and golden light, and it's, you end up in that, a space where you can simply rest in alignment. It's a space that resembles this on your thing. Just being in it. And it becomes deeper and deeper, and it infuses into you, and everything becomes that effortlessly. It's sort of anything that's not there just dissolves away, because it was never real to begin with. This is the reality we live in. The rest is illusion. There's a statement for you all. Right? So we're anchoring ourselves to the reality, and we're trying to live in that reality while being mindful of another reality that's around us, but we're trying to have this as our life point, our pure battery, our pure source that feeds us as we are emanating here in whatever here is. Yes? So that's what's going on here, an alignment. Divine, the rainbow colors there, and sitting in that presence. And as you do the practice, you can start getting a greater and greater taste of what that is. And suddenly one day you'll be like, oh my God, I think I felt what's been shown in this picture. This is why a picture tells 1,000 words. And you'll feel like, oh my God, oh. And then you let go of that, because that'll stop you from being there. And you just allow yourself to go into that. Don't worry, you'll come out. And then you, at some point, you shifts, and then you come back and you're like, oh wow. And you look at your body and you're like, oh my God, it's so different. Oh wow. And then you have true gratitude to God. The heart of devotion really is there at that point, because it's not just conceptual, it's not just a desire. Devotion and love literally radiate from you, because you've caught it in a full energetic way, and it's there, and there's no losing it. And then you're able to connect with Him easier and easier and easier, and the separation dissolves and dissolves and dissolves, and you enter into a union. He walks with you. He's your companion. Your frequency elevates, and ultimately, death isn't death. It's a dissolve back home fully, and you release the little separation that was there. And you may not even realize you've died, because you've literally just gone where you've sort of always been. Yes? So I think that's it for this. I have a lot other things, but we will do it, go through it a little more next week. So here's the practice. So the in-breath, we draw in the divine presence, remembering the Aleph, looking at the Aleph. You could have the phone or your computer in front, or if you've already printed it, great. Make sure it's the version that's in front of your screen. If you're not sure, check the version that's on the website. I have pictures for download. So you have that to help you with that right frequency, that because it's rounded, it's not random what I have in that picture. There's an energy that comes from it. You do it from another one, sharpness or offness, you'll bring that vibration in. So you draw in, you have that still point. So that's that open space I've been teaching in pranayama. You're seeing how it all comes together. So that still point in pranayama, right? It's not an inhale, it's not an exhale, it's not a tight inhale that you're holding and you're feeling the pressure in your lungs. It's just, you hold it in between the two breaths, the inhale and the exhale. And you kind of holding that breath or essence of God in your heart or in your whole body. You breathe in and you feel it in your body. It doesn't need to be localized in the heart. I rarely localize things directly in my heart. I find it harder that way. But your heart becomes your whole body. It doesn't need to be a distinction. You breathe it in, you feel it in your energy of your body. And then you feel it in your heart, because ultimately your body, the center of your body is your heart. So sometimes it's easier to bring into the body, and then you put your awareness in your heart center and you feel it kind of there. All our heart centers are damaged in this world. I just haven't met anybody with it intact fully. Maybe there are. Maybe I have met them. Maybe it's me projecting on other people. But you see, you put it in, it's there. It's very healing. And the out-breath is not necessarily a release of our energy, but it's just allowing the emanation of whatever has come in, the blessings, the energy, the 24 karat gold energy, or the light, or whatever it is. It just emanates through and out. So we're not holding it. It's just, we are a vessel, and then it comes through. Now, as we begin, we may feel we've lost some of it. That's okay, because we're breathing it in again. At the beginning, you can cycle it through. I wish you could see my hands, because I'm literally showing the energy on how to do it with my hands, but you can't see it. So we're literally cycling it through, out, but you could cycle it up you, and then so my hands are going sort of fingers pointing up to the center of my body, through my third eye, then above, and then I'm doing a circle to the Aleph that's in front of me. I'm visualizing it now because I'm at my desk, right? And then it kind of comes back in through beneath and above. So there's a circular breathing with the Aleph, but you could see it come in. Doesn't matter, it has to be that way, but because I'm working with another modality to really make it come through. But so you bring it through into, and then you put it out, But when you put it out, it's not like shot behind you and around, it's also shot forward. So with your intent, because remember where your mind goes, where your focus goes, so does energy. It works outside your body as well. You're emanating it forward into the Aleph that's in front of you, which increases the connection, which in a way energetically infuses it with energy, because you are putting out energy in it. Just take my word for it. From your practice, which in turn makes it emanate more, which in turn, when you bring it back in through your in-breath, it's stronger. And it's also stronger because the more you bring it in, the more it activates your body and brings it into your body. So there's more in you. So you come in from the outside, you're stressed, you're whatever, you sit down, you meditate a little bit. I would suggest you meditate before you start. And then, or go right into the practice. But at the beginning, it's a little harder to connect. But after you do this, in-breath, out-breath for a couple minutes or a couple times, or 2-3 seconds before it turns on. So I don't want to limit what people can experience or not. And with time, it becomes easier. You start, and at the beginning for a couple of weeks, you might not feel anything. But believe me, you will. And then you bring it in, and by doing this circular, sending it out, you could even send it more out forward into the Aleph. You build up that charge in you. And then it doesn't so much become the in and the out breath. It just, you start losing yourself in that energy and you become present. And your intention moves away from the breathing and you're just emanating. You just feel the energy radiating out from all sides of you. And it's really infusing through your whole body and healing everything, and it's going out into the world. And you're in your center because you are literally living with the Aleph, and it's a vessel. You become the vibration of it, and your mind becomes still, and you're living in that space. And it's full, it's complete, it's still, and you fundamentally just relax. And that's how you can get a complete nourishment through one's practice, as if you've been on vacation for a whole week in 30 minutes. Because you're tapping into a very powerful, very safe, very divine energy. And it brings in, calibrates, and heals, and strengthens what's ill, what's disempowered, what's fractured, what doesn't have the oomph. It brings in the battery closer to something that's healthy or 100%. And it bridges that alignment you have with God, which is the ultimate battery. And then at some point, the Aleph is in that vibration, stays with you outside of your practice. Eventually it might be 24/7, and then you're different, but you're the best part of yourself, and what and your heart of heart always desired to be, whether you realized it or not. And that's the complete path. And so at death, you just merely dissolve your body, because your body is no longer grounded. Yes. And for some people, you hear stories that there's no bodies anymore. It's because every cell's so infused, it just, the energy just leaves on everything. Because the vibration is such that the veil between us and God is so thin that there we are. And it's the beauty of who we are and what we're going towards and who we'll be again. Amen there. So let's do this together. I'm going to move my little microphone over. Let me make sure I'm still broadcasting. Great. I hear my little voice. By a miracle, this computer is still with us. Okay. I didn't need my emergency hard drive to keep us going, thankfully. Okay, I was prepared. All right, so we start our practice like we normally do. Right, so we see here. So this is a picture says 1,000 words. So as we do the practice, seeing it, try to not grasp for it, not be disappointed if we're not even close to what this is, but use it as a guide. Use it. What energy is here? How is it manifested? And try to copy that to the best you can. So you're kind of faking it until you're making it. That's why the image like this is so powerful, because I could describe it until I'm blue in the face. But this is kind of showing really an Aleph practice. Well, that's interesting. I thought his back was to me. No, he's facing. Well, it could be either way, actually. Yeah, it's powerful. And that's, in a way, kind of what we're doing. It's very powerful and it's very healing. And it connects us. So I'm going to switch to the Aleph here. Great. So we light our shrines like we do normally and give our legs a little stretch and put up the incense, calling in God to be present, align up our sephirots and our chakras, offer the incense above our heads, and that lines it up in the sacred space. And if you find incense that feels sacred to you, it works with our sense of smell. So it puts us in an environment which is already much easier to connect with. So a couple minutes and then let's everybody do that. Okay. So you should look at your prayer space and just relax. Just connect with it. And this is why, if you have a regular practice, you immediately relax because you've spent time in there. And it feels in front of it. And it feels like a sacred space. So your body automatically attunes to it. I used to have a separate room. And before I entered the room, I would always have my shoes off or be barefoot. And I would bow into the room to acknowledge the sacred aspect of it. And when I would leave, I would never just walk out with my back to the room. I would respect the room. At the door part, I would turn around and bow into the room due to this sacredness and divinity that lived there. And after a while, with your practice, you can actually energetically feel the difference between outside the room and in the room, because you've kind of created that container. And so when you walk in, your body relaxes in the sacred. And therefore, and even if you just have a prayer space, because you feel the sacred in the objects and the things you have there, and the light and the incense, your body already is in that frequency of resonance. And so when you look at an image or not, do a mantra practice or even normal prayers, your body is already attuned or lined up to that frequency. Yes? So what we're trying to feel from the Aleph and what it represents is already in that space. Therefore, it makes it much easier to do the practice and to get that sort of feeling in the silence of the Aleph, and that emanating of what that is on the out-breath. Because our practice through familiarity, through the working of the names, through the Aleph, when we're doing that practice, it's already educated. It's already on the same vibration as all that. It's nothing separate from any other practice that we do. It's all embodied in the Aleph. But yet it also has its own particular manifestation. But it's all the frequency of God, indivisible, not separate. These are just different ways to connect with what that is. Yes, just like the different names of God, it all connects to what God is. And this is just a means for us to remember what we're always connected with, and to remember that it is there for us to resonate with. So just look at it. You remember, you breathe in. There's no sound from it, but it's a frequency, and allow God. You could just see it as the energy of God. That's really what it is. And you just breathe in, hold it a moment. That allows it to really hold in your body. It does something energetically. I'm not going to go into it now. And it allows it to really infuse in us, and then just the exhale. And it's sort of that circular in from it. You could do it and out towards it. So there's that circular feedback. And as you do that, it infuses more and more in your body. And then you could just do the practice or stop, and just, you don't even need to look at it anymore or to visualize it. It's just that energy that you're now connecting with. So you do this in your seated way, so your body as aligned as possible, and you just let go. You're not analyzing. You're literally a surfer on the wave, and your breath is your surfboard, and you're riding it, and then at some point you're just in the wave. There's no wave, there's no you, there's no surfboard. You kind of become one in the flow of that. And I think surfers describe that and how incredible it feels. And that's what we're doing. And that's where the great healing and alignment comes, to the use of vibration and names and sacred names. It brings us right into resonance, right in with the sacred vibration that underlines everything. So let's spend a little while doing this together to the best you can. You could take breaks. You could switch to the names. You can start with the name to help you kind of bring in that frequency, and then switch to the Aleph. But try to spend some time with the Aleph, as this is what we're focusing with. Okay, so how about like 10 minutes? How does that sound? Okay. Just nice and easy. There's no pull, there's no intent. It's just nice and easy. Just easy. Just let go, open, let go to God. Let go and let God. This is when we're letting go and let God. Yes? Okay, let's do it. At some point, you can let go of the technique of the breath. You're just in that vibration that's coming in and out, or just in that vibration because of the connection. You just let go of the technique, but you remain in that energetic connection. You do what works for you. However you are able to attain that link, you just go with the flow. What I provide is just merely guidance, but ultimately it changes as you warm up to it. becomes your own. It's your own personal relationship with it, with God. You may continue if you wish. At some point, you're just in that energy, and you work and you just remain in it. And you go back to a technique that works for you, that allows you to resonate as you need to. You learn how to work with it and have that energy be embodied in you. So this picture is currently on the website. If you wish to download it, you can also put it on your electronic devices in the photo album, or as the screensaver, or back of the screen, to bring that frequency and blessing there as you see it during the day, or bring it into your devices and make it part of your lives. It resonates with you. It's always there. It never went away. And we can learn to tap into it and live with it, and to live from that place. So thank you all so much for joining me this week. It's been an honor as always, and I very much appreciate your presence. And I hope peace of God is with you and remains with you this week. And I look forward to being with you all next week. Bye-bye.